This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's Sunset Safari, which will be a live bumble through the bush, as always, to see what we can try and find for you all. It's hot, but don't be fooled. It is actually quite chilly, and you literally never know what you're going to find around the corner. We have had some incredible sightings recently, so I'm intrigued to know what's in store. We have 2 safari vehicles out today from Djuma, 1 from Phinda, and we will be coming to you live on foot with the Bushwalk in Prideland. So get ready, everyone. It's that time of day for your live bumble through the bush. Welcome aboard, everyone. Choice to join us for a bumble. What better to do with your time than start bumbling through the bush? And what a perfect way to start. We're at Gowrie Dam with this gorgeous male waterbuck. My name is Lauren, and I do have Davy on camera this afternoon. It's fantastic to be out again. I am enjoying the rays of the sun, but the wind is chilly, and I just know that it's going to get very cold very quickly. Winter's a tough one. You never know how to dress. Summer, you know exactly how to dress. But winter, it's really not that easy. In an hour's time, it'll have chilled down quite a lot, I can assure you. I'm not sure what our plans are for today. I know that Andrew had to Talamatis this morning. I may try and bumble that way, scratch around Chitwa and see what we can find. But either way, whatever happens, it's live and it's interactive. So please do talk to us. Send in all your wonderful, intriguing questions and delightful comments using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. Or you can use @FC if you're using the YouTube chat. Or another option, you can head over to the WildEarth website. And as long as you've registered, you can submit your questions under the live safari page. And kids, if you're watching, please do talk to us. We really, really want to hear from you. And you send in your questions via email. And the email address is kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Tell us your name, your age, the country you're living in, and your favorite animal. I'm not sure if you can hear, but the wind's really picked up. And this waterbuck is just chill. Magnificent. Got a little bit of sun on him, a little bit of shade, keeping it nice and balanced, looking over his territory, which includes Gowrie Dam. Never too far from the Impala. Where are your lady friends, Mr. Waterbuck? They're not here. Waterbucks can be remarkably relaxed around vehicles if you just approach them slowly. Okay, we're going to start our bumble. Head south, see what we can find. But let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
Good afternoon to our viewers wherever you may be, and welcome to the beautiful andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. Have a look at this beautiful dam that we're going to start our adventure this afternoon. My name is Dean Carlisle. You might know the other Dean from Phinda. People call me DC here, and I'm going to be taking you on the adventure this afternoon. And we're joined by Johan behind the camera, and we're lucky to have him. And what an awesome way to start the afternoon, guys, down at this wonderful watering hole. And we found this beautiful big elephant bull, which was actually going to be our plan for this afternoon, was going to be moving between the different water holes that we have down here in the south of Phinda and looking for animals just like him. But have a look at the size of those tusks. And he's been sitting on this, or standing on this little island, drinking for about the last 15 minutes since we've got here. And now it looks like he's slowly moving away from the water. And let's just watch now. This could be really interesting. He's got quite a bank in front of him there. And it looks like he's just sizing up his options, trying to muster the energy to get up that bank. Because you can imagine 5 or 6 tons of elephant. He's really going to need to engage four-wheel drive, low range, to try to get up there. So let's see, he might need to do some feeding on the way up after a bit of a drink. He's probably a little bit hungry now, and we look, there's a bit of a bush there in front of him that he's picked up a little bit of grass there. Looks like he's just shaking the sand off. And now he's putting it into his mouth. Just amazing, hey? How dexterous these massive animals can be with their trunks. That's a great question, Danny. And so elephants, the females move around in herds. And there's normally the oldest female that'll be in charge. She's called the matriarch. But elephant bulls are happy to move around on their own or in groups with other elephant bulls. So they're not restricted to moving around within the herd. So they're more than happy to be on their own. You can see the size of this elephant and his tusks, and he's very comfortable on his own. There's not much really in terms of predators that would give him a hard time. And you can see him slowly flapping his ears. People often think that that's a sign of aggression, but it's not actually the case. He's just making sure that he's cooling the blood in those big veins that you can see on the edge of the ears, and moving through the ears. That helps cool the blood that then goes to the rest of the body. It works very much like the radiator of a car. But you can see him really smacking the sand off the grass to make sure that it's clean before he puts it into his mouth. There he's smacking off the sand. And such a big elephant like this, he'll need to feed for Matthew, that's a good question. Some elephants climb banks better than others. I've watched young elephants falling, trying to climb up banks and down banks. But this big bull spends quite a lot of time in this area. So this place where he was drinking and moving up and down the banks is something that he's gotten quite used to. So if he does end up climbing up the bank while we're still here, it's something quite interesting to watch. He sometimes puts his trunk out right in front of his body, almost like guiding him up the bank. So some elephants climb better than others, to answer your question, Matthew. And if you have a look at the top of his back there, you can see how it's a little bit more red. And it looks like that before he came down to the water here, This elephant might have been moving through the southern part of this reserve, picking up sand. A lot of the sand in this area is quite red, and he's been picking up sand with his trunk and throwing it over his back. So he does that to protect himself a little bit from the sun and also to stop insects from getting onto him. So it's called dust bathing. But I think we'll leave this elephant bull to keep feeding for now, or maybe we'll stay with him and give him a few more minutes to see if he'll climb the bank.
We've just stopped for a moment to listen. We really want to find elephants on this side, and sometimes you can hear them. They're not exactly the quietest souls, but we've just came across this drongo, and it's actually just perched so nice and still for us. It was calling. No, so it's a magpie shrike. Why did I think you were a drongo? Now I can see your magnificent tail. Oh, there's two, Dove. I apologize. That is a magpie shrike. Yes, we know what you are now. I'm sorry. Fabulous birds. South Africa's version of the European magpie. Much smaller. But when they open the wings, you get that fantastic white coloration. I always find it very peaceful watching birds. So let's just sit here for a moment or two and watch our shrike. Isn't this lovely against that really beautiful sunny blue sky?
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve this afternoon. So we're gonna be bumbling around already, actually on a bumble, but we haven't picked up anything yet. So my name is Andrew. On camera I have a BK this afternoon. So, you know, we will be working on a part of the western sector here towards the Triple M, which is the boundary separating us again with the western sector, which is then would be Aratusa and Zimbabwe in that area. Since I heard that Toto Spanmary, he was seen last night, not far from that boundary. So I think it's a good idea to work around, check a few roads, just to see if he ever comes back in again. Mostly cats. They would be in the shade. Those don't want it to move too much. Some they would be actually moving. Those would be desperately hunting during the course of the daylight. So total span male he comes in quite often to Djuma, again back to the west. This is where he operates, and more likely to be fined if he is around here. But the key is to see whether he crosses or not. Then we know what are we doing from there. And it's been actually windy day, but it's also that very good idea to check. So whenever you come across clearly looking new tracks, then you know it's got to be maybe half an hour later or 20 minutes, 15 minutes that animal have walked past the area. And all we do is just going to keep up following that animal. And then those are old. Then you can see all the sand have poured on top of these tracks, and you know they're not actually fresh. So I'm going to bumble. Let me send you across to Phinda with Dean with an elephant.
Welcome back, everyone. So our elephant bull did engage low range and managed to get up the bank quite easily, actually. And you can see he's just slowly feeding now on the grasses on the side of the road. It looks like he's found some really tasty grass on the side of the road there. And he's got a few options from here. He's either going to slowly move down the road towards us or away from us, or maybe he's going to have to put the vehicle into low range again and go down that really steep side of the bank. But I can't see him doing that now. It sounds like quite a lot of effort. But it's just a beautiful scene out here. We can hear some birds calling in the background. We saw there were some white-breasted cormorants in the trees way off to the right. So you'll see now there's quite a number of dead trees. And the white-breasted cormorants have been roosting in these trees. We can still hear them making a little bit of noise, like a low guttural kind of a call. All along the bank there's so many different species of birds that come down to this waterhole. So there you can see some of the white-breasted cormorants are on the ground, and there's a whole big group of others up in the tree. Really, it's just one of my favorite parts of the reserve. Have a look at how many there are. There must be close to 100 birds all around in these trees. And as the sun starts to set, some of them might have been off hunting for fish in other water bodies, and then they all come flying back. So sometimes you see lots of these birds flying overhead towards this nesting site. And it looks like that elephant's decided to move slowly towards us. You can see he's twisting his trunk up, down at the bottom. He doesn't want to make a big movement, but it looked like he was just smelling us a little bit, trying to work out what exactly we are, if he's comfortable with us. And it looks like he decided, yes, he's comfortable with us and he'll get back to feeding. Reaching with that long trunk just over the edge of the bank, trying to get to his favorite piece of grass, the grass that's most nutritious for him. And you can see quite clearly there on his back the red color now. Archie, elephants drink a lot of water, so their trunks can hold between 8 and 12 liters, somewhere around there. People are not entirely sure of how much water they can hold, and they can drink hundreds of liters of water Archie, and at a single sitting I've counted, and if we work on about 10 liters of water in the trunk of an elephant, and he took 10 big gulps, so obviously there's quite a lot of water that's spilled, but I've watched elephants drinking close to 100 liters of water at one sitting. But fortunately there's this massive dam, so there's a lot of water. He's not going to be able to drink it dry. Even if him and a few of his friends came down to drink Archie, he'd probably be struggling to drink all of the water here. Yes, Gia, he is a wonderfully big elephant. We could see how long those tusks were and how thick his trunk was between the tusks. That's really something that helps us see his size. And standing on the dam wall there, it's actually really nice. You can see the scale of him in relation to the trees in the background. He really is a big boy. He really is a big boy, Gia. And I think he's actually probably one of the bigger bodied elephants that we have here down in the south of the reserve. So there's a few elephants, or 2 elephants with slightly bigger tusks, but he has quite big tusks himself. And you can see how they're a little bit uneven. So I think we're going to stay at this waterhole for just a few more minutes, see what the elephant does, see if any interesting birds come back to the waterhole. But for now, let's go over to Andrew and Djuma.
Good idea, Adin. So we also had a bull elephant here, he's actually just feeding in these. What we see on his right hand side is all a big tree that is being pushed off, probably by him, that poor marula tree. And then he's still actually trying to go around it. And then feed already. Some of the branches been break off, which is by him. It's very fresh there. So maybe he may spend a lot of time in this area. Decent male though, good size. He could do that. He could push that tree down, but it seems like he's going to move off. We're just going to see. Maybe he's going to cross this boundary. We're still on this western the boundary. And this is actually usual for elephants. Especially males, you find a bull by himself, or maybe a few of males together in the area. It was all a bachelor group. But at the moment, it looks like just only by himself. Busy defecating in there, but he was putting his trunk on top of the tusk. It's one of a way they can rest their trunk when they been on move quite a lot. So everybody, I'm going to try and see how this elephant's going to cross this road. And then let's go across to JP to say hello to everybody.
Good Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We're live on Bushwalk at Eco Training Pridelands. We're just about to start our walk. Today has been one of the warmest days for the last 3 or 4 days now. We've managed to even get shorts on for the afternoon. As the temperatures started picking up, even some of the animals started coming down to drink. My name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got Paul. We're just going to come and sit and watch a little bit at the dam and see what happens. So some of the animals that have come in the last half an hour or so was some warthog that decided it's time for a drink. Also some kudu, as well as a group of Impala that decided they'll come and see what's going on around the dam. Late yesterday evening, they also recorded some leopard around the dam, apparently male as well as a female. So at this time of year, these dams may become very important sources for animals to come and drink, but predators also know that they can exploit it as a potential opportunity to gain a meal. Many of the kills that I've seen in the winter months, especially with lion as well as leopard, has actually been in the middle of the day and not typically at night time. Generally, we consider that lion will produce 94 to 96% of their kills at night, with the exception of winter months. One of those places where I often used to see kills happening during the daytime in winter was in Wanetsi concession within the Kruger National Park. And there's a number of large groups of lions that sometimes almost totaled in the vicinity of 50s, and they would often hang around the water. I'm going to sit around a little bit longer and see what we can find.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at andBeyond in Ngala. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra, because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Ngala for a sunrise and sunset safari on WildEarth.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
We were just watching the most stunning pied kingfisher. There we go. Oh, he's hunting again. And I say he because it is the male. Look at that. Look at that hovering. Ah, incredible. It's actually not technically hovering, it's more aerial perching. It's not quite the hovering abilities of a hummingbird, for example, but it's still remarkable. And it's very energetically costly, which is why they don't do it for a long time, and they tend not to do it until they can really see what they're looking for. It doesn't always mean they're going to be successful and catch that, but at least if they see it, they give it their best shot. And when I say it, it's normally a species of fish. It's very exhausting for them. It's like us constantly running at top speed, and then we need to take a little break, and then another burst of speed. I think he's going to catch something this afternoon. Come on, little guy. They don't just eat fish, they do supplement with sort of crustaceans and aquatic insects, but fish are the ultimate delicacy. Inca, you're seeing very cool bird. Indeed, one of my faves. I just love the kingfisher family. I just love the way the pied kingfisher really do hover, stroke, aerial perch like that. It's remarkable what they're doing and how they're doing it, and how they're able to swoop down with remarkable precision and using that really long, slightly out of proportion beak, get the fish that they're after. I mean, that beak is huge in comparison to his tiny little skull. You can see he's battling the wind a little bit here. Oh, wind. I normally find them both here. This is a twin of twin dams. And you normally see two pied kingfishers. And this must be still filled with fish. Normally every time we see it, they're hunting. And they always seem to get lucky. So this little water body must be full of fish. And that's why they're here. See, we're watching using a keen eyesight. And the eyes are actually adapted to correcting for refraction. So what that means is that they're able to determine immediately the exact position of the fish under the water and make last-minute adjustments. So say it dives in, it breaks the surface with its beak, that's what goes in first. The minute that sort of surface breaks, the fish is going to be alerted through pressure changes in that lateral line. So immediately the fish is going to dart out the way. And these birds can actually make last-minute sort of deflections using their extremely accurate eyesight underwater to catch the fish. The fish is not going to stay in the same place as soon as it detects a pressure change from above, which immediately tells the fish there's a predator. And it's this really special lateral line, jelly-filled pores that run all the way along the body. Has he disappeared?
He's behind there.
Oh, you can see his tail. I wonder if I go forward, what do you think? He's probably going to hunt once again. But we are going to stick here and hopefully watch this little guy catch his lunch. And as we do that, we're going to send you over to Dean, who's also at a waterhole. Oh, you're still with us. Let's go forward, dog. Oh, there we go. He just dived into the water. Oh, I can't believe that. He got something, Dove. He just hunted. Isn't that incredible? A fish.
I've killed.
Would you look at that? That's quite violent.
It might be a frog. Maybe a frog.
Yeah, I can't decide if that is a fish or a frog.
It's a frog.
I think it is a frog. Yes, it's a frog. It's got 4 legs. Fish don't have 4 legs. Well, not that we know of. Wow. My goodness. I think the frog is dead now. Wow, this is unbelievable. I cannot believe we just caught all of that. Timothy, no, the pied kingfisher is actually very small. Sorry, I can't tear my eyes away from the scene in front of me. It's literally breaking all the bones. It's already dead. Is making it more palatable. The giant kingfisher is the largest kingfisher, hence the name giant. The clue is in the name. Or it's the largest we get out here. Anyway, the pied's actually not that big. Wow.
Henry from the corner going mobile.
It just shows you how accurate they really are. Down on 1. Broke it up, broke the entire skeleton, made it soft, made it palatable. Down on 1. Wow. That was very impressive, sir. Okay. We're going to bumble on now and see what else we can find.
So we have left that bull elephant and then he crossed over to the west. We couldn't follow, so I'm gonna carry on checking these boundaries, and then all I'm checking is for the leopard tracks or whatever cross in terms of a cat into Djuma that we will know exactly, because the only way to check is the boundaries. So in this area that we're working on now, there's a chance of maybe finding a tortoise pen male or a cara, the female, or maybe Shidulu as well. So we're in a good area for both of these leopards. It's not actually very hard for them to be able to do their moving around. Which, if they do move around, you may bump on, you may be more likely to bump on their cats on the road, but also up in trees when they roost up. So let's find out.
Welcome back, everyone. It sounds like you've had an awesome time watching a pied kingfisher doing some hunting. That's fantastic. We've got some other birds that also feed on fish, and these are grey-headed gulls. So if you look closely, they've got quite a white breast, and you can see they've got some red legs and a little bit of red in the beak. And when they're in their breeding colours, they've got quite a clear grey head, but at the moment they're out of their breeding colours, so you can't see that grey head so well. But they've flown in, and just as we said, these big water sources attract a lot of fantastic birds, and you see these birds on the coast as well as inland at a few of these water sources, these big dams and wetlands. Just awesome to see them. You can see they've been in the water ruffling up their feathers, bathing, and now you can see those two birds on the left are using their bills to preen themselves. So they're moving through their feathers, and there's a little gland at the top of the bill called the preen gland, which is putting out a substance called preen, which is essentially making sure their feathers are in good condition. So these birds, like we said, spend some time in the water, and their feathers are obviously really important. They need to make sure that they keep them dry. Interesting to see what almost look like seagulls here at Phinda, not too far from the sea, but we're at a dam and we're watching seagulls, so something quite special. And it looks like there's just the three of them here. And they're opportunistic as well, so they don't only feed on fish, they'll feed on terrestrial and aquatic invertebrates, so little insects that they can find both in the water and on land. They even sometimes go to rubbish dumps like other seagulls do. But out here in the beautiful Phinda Private Game Reserve where we are now, they don't have to do that. They've got plenty of food around this big, beautiful dam and others like it. And another little white-breasted cormorant's just joined it. You can see that one in the middle really preening itself, getting to some of those feathers a little bit further back. And I haven't seen these birds at this dam in quite a while, so I'd imagine they're probably not going to hang around for too long. They'll probably preen themselves here. It looked like the one on the right was having a little bit of a drink. Maybe they're just relaxing, like us stopping at a fuel station on a long road trip. Maybe they'll be heading back to the sea or to a dam that's inland. Pinakin, that's a very clever question, and we do see a number of more bird species in the summer than we do in the winter, and that's because Southern Africa is involved in a migratory route. So there's a number of bird species that migrate up into the central parts of Africa, so those ones we call intra-Africa migrants, and then you get birds that migrate all the way up to Europe that we call Palearctic migrants. So those birds often spend time in the summer in South Africa, where we are, and at Phinda especially, we get a number of cuckoos that come in around that time. So the number of species definitely increases in the summer, and the birds often tend to call quite a lot more as well in the summer because they're getting towards breeding season, most of the birds. So they're calling, the males will be calling to attract the females. You'll see the bright colors on a lot of the birds that we call breeding plumages. So like we mentioned on these grey-headed gulls, they'll go into even brighter plumages where the grey head will become very, very prominent. But I think we're going to leave this waterhole, guys, and go see what else we can find along these drainage lines here in the south of Phinda. And we're going to go to JP, who's also at a waterhole.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. We're still at the dam busy looking at birds as well as animals coming down to come and drink. At the moment we've got a blacksmith lapwing that is moving around picking small little insects off the surface of the mud. As prior to that we also had some vervet monkeys that came for a drink and then spent some time sunning themselves as well as grooming one another to get rid of some parasites. We often see certain bird species also doing this, where they will actually groom one another and clean one another in the hard to reach places to get rid of parasites. To come back to the little blacksmith lapwing, for those of you that have joined us now only for the first time, they get their name from the sound that they produce, which sounds like steel that's been forged on an anvil. So often you'll hear the very characteristic ping, ping, ping call that they make. Let's just see what he gets up to. So one of the other things I would like to share with you about him, that I find particularly interesting, or quite interesting about lapwings in general, is that the majority of them all has some form of distraction display, which they will use to distract predators away from the nest or away from their chicks. I've quite often seen this working very successfully, especially with blacksmith lapwings being harassed by baboons where they wanted to steal the chicks. It's just flown off to the opposite side of the shore. There's a number of other birds that are also coming to drink as well as coming to bathe quite often this afternoon. So it's nice and warm, a way of cooling yourself, but it's also a method that you can get rid of excess preen gland oil that's on your feathers. So this is a way that they get rid of that oil, and then they will apply a fresh coat of preen gland oil, which will help to keep feathers supple and in good condition. We're going to hang around here a little bit longer. Let's go and see what Lauren's got.
From a pied kingfisher to a Bateleur. This is not just any Bateleur, this is Bateleur. Our very own juvenile Bateleur, who we've watched grow up. Maybe not on the daily. There were some days we had no visual. Not entirely sure exactly when she hatched out of her little egg. But here it is, Bateleur, who we don't know the sex of. And believe it or not, everyone, this is a tree. That's her nest. She's back on the knobthorn where she started her life. If you can just see the nest there. She's not sitting on it. There you go. She's always in this area. It's sort of like a triangle. Leadhood, Gowrie Main, Cheetah Cutline. She's always in this area. And she's always on her own. I'd love to see her hunt successfully and see what she's really eating at this stage. I imagine we would be quite surprised. There's been nothing short of joyous watching this little one. We try and, if we can, follow the bird's journey. It's a real remarkable journey. Watching this little creature slowly develop proper feathers, stretch his wings, learn to fly, and off it goes into the sky. She's very precious. Gary, I'm honestly not too sure, but I don't think so. I do believe that once he or she gets a little bit older, the plumage will slowly change, and I do think we'll be able to tell the gender before it reaches complete adulthood, or before it attains full adult plumage. I do think we'll be able to tell. I'd love to know. Sometimes I think, oh, it's male, sometimes I think it's female. So I just use both terms. But I think we'll be able to tell before then. It goes through quite a series of molting, between 7 and 8 different molts of the entire plumage. Now, if you compare all those different stages, you'll look different in each one and slowly start to look like a full adult Bateleur. The wings sort of panel and all the feather arrangement, you can immediately see it's a Bateleur. But as for the gender, I think I would honestly be lying right now if I was to say exactly if it was male or female. I wish we saw the parents around here more often, which surprises me because they're normally always on the dead leadwood behind us. Both the male and the female. But I haven't seen them in a while. Only little Batodi here. And once summer rolls around again, food will be plentiful. But right now, even for these sort of raptors, birds of prey, it's harsh. It's harsh for everyone. Sarah, you're asking will anything eat a Bateleur? I mean, if they can catch it, yes. I mean, if this Bateleur was just on the ground and didn't fly away, the cats would try. A hyena would absolutely try. But of course, they've got the remarkable ability to just jump straight into the sky. That gives them the advantage to be off the ground, non-terrestrial, to avoid the sort of terrestrial predators. But even on the ground, they do hunt snakes. So naturally speaking, if a snake gets them, a larger snake, then of course it would feast on them, and other birds of prey could hurt Bateleurs. The much, much larger ones, like your martial eagles. But generally speaking, birds of prey are equipped with huge talons, massive beak. They can really defend themselves. But out here, if anything can get their paws on it, they will. This has been so lovely getting to spend some time with her, stroke him. I think we're just going to sit here another moment longer and enjoy it.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I'm thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page, and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Welcome back, everyone. It seems like waterholes are the order of the afternoon. We've made our way to another waterhole not too far from the one we had an elephant bull at earlier. That last elephant bull moved away and was feeding through one of the riverbeds, and now we've come over here and this one's having a drink. So what I'd like to do is just be quiet for a little bit and let's see if we can listen to him drinking. Just enjoy the wonderful sounds of the bush. Archie was asking earlier how much water an elephant can drink in a day. He's already had 5 big trunkfuls since we've been here, so let's see if we can count how many more he takes before he moves on. Now you can just faintly hear him drinking, but it's just a beautiful scene as well, and that's number 7, and you can see how much water is being spilt as well. And you can see how he's reaching his trunk quite a long way away from him. There's quite a lot of mud in the water that's close to his feet. If you've ever walked into a patch of cold water and you do it quite slowly, you'll know that you kick up quite a lot of mud. So he's reaching like that to try get to some slightly cleaner water, which might just taste a little bit better. You might notice that big box on his neck. So this young elephant bull has been collared. So there's a big weight hanging at the bottom to hold it in place, and then there's a collar at the top. And that's just to track his movements. So we know where he's moving. He might be moving with other bulls. So every now and then the team here on Phinda, which are fantastic and really good at what they do, like to know what's happening within the young elephant bull dynamic. So where they're moving, how many distances or how much distance they're covering, which areas they're spending a lot of time in. And that just helps us to manage the elephant population as best as possible. So it doesn't hurt him at all, and it doesn't really affect his behavior at all. But I think we're going to move on from this elephant. He's had a good drink and probably will continue to drink. I'll let you know how many trunkfuls he has had, and let's go over to Andrew, who's caught up with his elephants.
So everybody, we also have some elephants now, from the bull elephants to looks like the nurturing herds here. This is one of the young bull that is actually moving towards the vehicles. But also we close that tree, torchwood tree, which is during this time of year they're fruiting, and then it's all ripe, dropped down on the ground. So that's why it's well flat, because elephants, they visit quite a lot around in this area to feed on this fruit. Such amazing how they use their trunk. Since the beginning of a very young age, practice these trunk, and finally they were able to use them completely well, just like these young male over here. So now that male that we saw first time, so he was moving opposite, away from them, because now they actually inside Djuma, and then he crossed to the west. It happens we bump on them because we're searching a few roads here. Possible for a leopard. That's whatever way a mission was. Anyway, it's still gonna be. It just looks like he's working harder to get these little stumpy piece of wood. The trunk itself does a very good job on the elephants. So all you can hear, that rumbling, it's all communication, because it's quite a lot of them here. We only see these one, but then there is more further in there with the little one. But they all come out, because then they're moving so to the east. There's a chance they come to this slightly open on the other side. Then we're just going to see how many of them. So sound, it works better that way, where they can able. So Philip, you're asking how long can an elephant grow? So usually, the tusk, sorry. So anything from 1.5 to 2 meters for depending on the gene pool and that bull elephant. Usually the male, they will grow that much longer tuskers, reaching about maybe 2 meters, 1.5 meters, somewhere there. And those one we're looking at them now, those are the one that they're still in the far in the wood, but they would eventually come out because they're all men, but now they're crossing right behind our vehicles. So tusker on the males are kind of like a much thicker compared to the females, where they grow very thin tusker, shorter than the males do, where the male have wide length, longer than a female. So I'm actually trying to turn around here because they may come to the small open area. So I'm going to go and turn around. So they're leading now southeast. Probably the matriarch want them to move that way. Sorry, we're just gonna admiring all of the sound they're making, but we can't see them. They're just kind of like a very much trumpet. That's why I stop. But let's move forward again. So the young one, these we saw just close to our vehicles, and they're still in a good age for them to still be in the herd. But maybe when they reach anything from 14 years, and this is where they will be no longer needed in the herd. So by 12, 13 years old, and they will be pushed off. So I'm going to try and reposition here. In the meantime, let's go over to JP on the watering hole.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. We're still sitting at the dam as it's so productive this afternoon. I'm watching a number of different animals coming in and out. At the moment, we've noticed that there's a whole bunch of terrapins that huddle together onto the side of a bank, enjoying the late afternoon sun to increase their body temperature. Unlike us, they can't burn carbohydrates and fats consistently to maintain a consistent body temperature, but is dependent on the sun to be more consistent. This allows them for going without meals for very long periods. The same for crocodiles as well as snakes. One of the things that I do find quite interesting about serrated hinge terrapins is that they can pull their heads back sideways, and then they've got another additional way of protecting themselves, and this is a hinge that is on the bottom of a plastron, which is the lower half of a shell, which pulls it closer towards the upper part, which is known as a carapace. They can also pull in their feet to protect themselves from predators. Biggest predators for them is generally crocodiles. I have seen honey badgers also pulling them out of the mud and eating them. It was during a drought period at the end of 2015, beginning of 2016, if I remember correctly, when a lot of these terrapins actually didn't make it because of a prolonged drought. Come back to the terrapins. Some of the other things I find particularly interesting about them is that they also often act like little crocodiles and will ambush birds, drown them, and then feed on them. And meanwhile, Lauren has got some elephants. Let's go and see what the elephants are up to.
This is exactly what we were hoping for today, and has happened. Elephants at twin dams. Look at that young one. I'm just going to be quiet and let you all thoroughly enjoy this sighting. Where'd you guys come from? Did you just want to be different? Some elephants to the other side as well. Elephants arriving from all angles here. Look, they're doing it in synchrony. Oh, they were. Hello, guys. That's so lovely. See that little one won't leave Mum's side, literally almost tripping Mum up. Forrest, you're right, the little one, it walked on right underneath Mum's tummy earlier, and it won't stay far from Mum. They really don't stray far. They watch, they learn. How are all these big elephants doing this? I need to figure this out. You're completely right, Forrest. Elephant sightings right now have just been nothing short of incredible. The elephants are really, really relaxed right now. I am just making an assumption, but I do feel it's because it's still quite a lush winter. It's cold, yes, but in terms of vegetation, there's still lots of food around. And I really think that's why the elephants are very relaxed. I don't need to bombard you with facts or info that most of you already know. It's all about enjoying this moment too. And just listening. Wasn't just so precious, exactly what I was looking for. I hope you all enjoyed it. I'm just thoroughly enjoying this moment. The herd of Ellies round the water body. They're moving off now, but they're still here. We're just going to sit here. We're definitely not turning our engine on right now and just enjoy this moment with all the Ellies. Come on.
So everybody, we've got now our elephants around this beautiful termite mound over here. This is when they love it to feed with these grasses. Very sweet for them. And they haven't yet come out to that open area. I thought they might come out there. So they delayed because of these grasses they just come across right now. I've seen a lot of young males within this group. But these is actually female we're looking at right now. So if it was a male at this age, we're looking at the tusk would have been much thicker and well developed, slightly more longer than that. And these females will remain within the group, even though when they fully grow in, and they'll still stay within the group, form the herd much bigger. Only these young males that will eventually move out of their way. And look at her ears, looks like it's got a wound, maybe an older wound, but it's healing. It looks like it there. Right. On the ears. So probably wasn't a wound, or maybe it's a little scratch mark. What would cause that? Probably maybe this young bull, or when they move into woodland, when they just move away immediately away from something, that it could happen there. So happy days, you're asking, would we hear elephants when they're communicating? Yes, some of the communication we may hear them, such as a grumbling of a stomach, but also these huge trumpet. But some of our info sound, we may not able to hear those sometimes, or maybe if we could, maybe just a little bit. It's just so cool that just turning around here, facing away from us, all you see is the beautiful rankles on their skin. And that's why they would need, swim or covered with mud, because these folders now would actually host a parasite, lies their eggs in there. But to avoid that, they have to cover themselves with mud, or swim in the water, or eventually sprayed off with dust after that. fully grown elephant's tail can be around a meter above the meter tall. There's only where they need the tail to wipe off some of the flies that may land on their backside. While they're part of the herd, neck, there's all taken care of their trunk and all ears when they flop them. Nazarene, so you're asking why do the elephants flop their ears? That happens during the heart of the day, so all they do, they cool themselves off. We witness something about these two now. They actually don't do much of these flopping of the ears because, well, their temperature's not actually up really. Especially a few days we enter the very much colder, wind weather. But they will need to flap these ears for cooling off the temperature. Such massive veins, across from their head position towards their heart, and this is always flowed with a huge amount of blood every time. And then to avoid not to get overheat, they will just flap these ears. So everybody, I'm going to stick with this elephant. In the meantime, I'm going to be sending it across to Phinda.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here at the beautiful Munywana River, which winds its way through this floodplain of the southern section of beautiful Phinda Private Game Reserve. And something so unique about this reserve are the number of different habitats. We've moved from the waterholes. You would have seen in the background the beautiful mountains, and now we're moving through these river systems. And this beautiful river feeds into the Mzanene, which actually forms the southern border of Phinda Private Game Reserve. Have a look at that wonderful open floodplain, which earlier this year, when there were lots of rains, actually was filled with water. So fantastic to see how it changes through the different seasons. Johan's just zooming into some wildebeest. You would have seen on the right there was a group, and he's found a bull there on the left. So he might be either in charge of that group or quite far away, or he might be trying to challenge the bull that's in charge of that area. They're quite territorial, so he might be trying to challenge for that particular group of females and the right to mate with them. But wildebeests are very seasonal in when they breed, so they'll only lay or only have their calves in the rainy season, so around November, December here at Phinda. But just an incredible scene. And this is a very special place for all of us guides here at Phinda. This is the view that we have during our training course at the start of our training here at Phinda. So it holds a very special place in all of our hearts. You can see how windy the river is, and you can imagine how much force was used over the years to carve out what we're seeing here today. It's just magic. That beautiful big fever tree that Johan's zooming into now, been there for a long time. And I always think, imagine trees could write stories. How many different things that particular tree's seen. And for those of you that were watching yesterday, Busani was down at the mighty Mzanene River. And this river, the Munyawana that we're looking at now, actually feeds into the Mzanene. So incredible to see how the waters are all working together to form this incredible landscape. That is Phinda.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. Over 1 billion people live in and around forests, depending on them for fuel, food, medicine and building materials. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, is the national implementer for a program called LEAF. The LEAF program makes use of indigenous forests grown on school properties to teach pupils about biodiversity. This directly instills a sense of ownership of the natural surroundings and reconnects children with our biomes and heritage. WESA needs your help to bring nature back to schools. Ask your school to join the program through the link on their website. Together with WESA, you can help take this incredible program to schools across the country.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Our elephant sighting is pretty much over now, but we have just been watching the most remarkable scene between mother and calf. I'm just going to tell you about it as we're all heading down into the Mulwati now. I think I'll go around this way. We're about to lose them. I'm just going to go around here, Darwin, and stuff. We just witnessed the most deafening trumpet tantrum from one young calf. And the mother scolding, calf trying to suckle, mother saying no, calf trying again, taking lots and lots of tantrums. That noise goes right through you, my goodness. It was such a fascinating sighting. Mom saying no. Absolutely no. Ashri, you're asking at what age do the tusks start growing? It's about 2 years. 2 years old, you'll start to see tusks. Look at this one trying to catch the Catch the other one's tail. They don't stop growing, that's right. They never stop growing, unless they're damaged. But generally speaking, the tusks can continue to grow throughout an elephant's lifetime. But if they're boys, will be boys. Look at them sizing each other up. Okay, we're just going to go forward a little bit. This is not a real fight, everyone. This is just boys, young boys. They're going down into the Mawati now. Judith, no, it's an entirely different sort of social structure. Everyone, I'll give you the tail end views of this herd, but they're going on the other side of the Mawati. No, it's an entirely different social structure and life path for females. Naturally, there is a matriarch, and they're all submissive to the matriarch. And the life path isn't about trying to be dominant or show who's bigger or a test of strength. It's all about being a mother. From a young age, a female elephant is preparing for life as a mother. It's an entirely different sort of life path. So you'll never see cows strive for dominance like that, or really even tussle like that. They'll play like that when they're young calves and they're very small. They'll play, but nothing like what the boys will do. I think we have no more elephants left, I'm afraid. I'll double check. The mother and calf that were having the sort of tantrum went that way, but I don't think we've got any more views of them. It's amazing how you They were now on top of the Mawati, and now they're gone. They've crossed over onto sort of Mamba Loop side. Amazing. Okay, Mr. Starling, you're off to follow the elephants. Okay, Dov, let's continue. I think now that it's a little bit late, start heading closer to before game drive time, and we go out long before drive time. Now we can head to Chit, get the update on possibly Marives, Telematis, and anything else going on down that side. I can smell the elephants. Okay, I'm going to head south now, see what I can find, and we are going to send you guys over to...
Welcome back, everyone. So we went down to that fever tree that we were looking at from the top, and we're now much closer to the Munyawana River, and you can just see the wind's picked up a little bit, so those water lilies are flapping around in the water, and we've seen one or two little splashes coming up. It looks like some barbel are coming up. Maybe some insects that often fly quite close to the water have been blown into the water, so those barbel are are taking their chance to try swoop up and eat some of those insects. But it's just an incredible spot down here on this floodplain. And as we pan out, you'll see up in the background there's a beautiful hill which shows some of the nice habitat changes here on Phinda. You can see how that late afternoon sun's really catching that hill. And I was just saying to Johan as we were driving here, how I've seen leopard walking up through that hill before, and you just see that flash of white in the tail as it's going. But now we've got a little bird flying through the picture here. This looks like a Caspian tern. So you can see how it's quite a big bird, it's got quite a long beak, and it's got, now it flies into the sun, and we've lost it. But that's quite closely related to those grey-headed gulls we saw earlier at the dam, just quite a bit bigger, and fantastic to see it moving up the river, looking for small fish that it might feed on. Look at that beautiful fever tree with those hills in the background that I was talking about. Wonderful spot in those thick guarri trees. You can see how much shade would be underneath those trees. And for those of you who spent some time in the bush, those guarri thickets, to escape the midday sun is a really nice place to go spend some time. One of my favorites when I'm walking around in the bush. And leopards would do the same. They would also spend some time sleeping in those bushes. And around about this time, as it cools down, we might expect them to slowly start moving through those open areas. So we'll be keeping our eyes out and seeing if we can see anything like that. But for now, I think let's just spend a little bit of time just looking at this beautiful river and enjoying the scenery around us. Peter, this river does dry up, and we're actually very lucky to see it as full as it is now. A few years ago, there was a big drought here at Phinda, and this river was bone dry. And even that big river that it leads into, the mighty Nzanene, that river also dried up. So it's actually, we're very lucky to see the river as full as it is now. This is actually almost as full as I've seen it in a number of years. So it definitely dries up. And what's amazing is those little splashes I was speaking about earlier, those barbel that are coming up to the surface to eat the insects. When a river dries up like this, they actually have the ability to breathe out of the water. So you'll sometimes find them moving along through the land for a couple of hours, even days sometimes, and then they can dig into the mud. So there's a word called estivation, a big fancy word if anyone enjoys the science part of the bush. And they dig into the ground, and they can actually spend a long time surviving in the mud and in what becomes like hard sand almost. So incredible to see how this same system can change through the seasons and over the years. And it's why working out in a place like this, no 2 days are ever the same, no 2 years are ever the same. Changes every single day. Look at how beautiful that white water lily is in the middle of the picture there. Just stunning, eh? And those flowers have quite a long tube, which you can actually make a necklace out of. So if you're spending time canoeing through this river, for example, you can take that long tube, and one of my friends from Botswana showed me how to do it. They've got a lot of these lilies in the Okavango Delta, and you break it into little pieces, and it forms like a string, and then the flower becomes the centerpiece of the necklace, and you can hang it around your necks and your friends' necks. And it really is a beautiful thing that you can do out here in the bush. So if any of you ever come visit Phinda, we can go look for some of these white flowers and maybe try and make a necklace from one, if it's close enough to reach, because we don't want to go swimming in there, because there's lots of big crocodiles and hippos. So we're going to spend the next part of the afternoon just bumbling along this river, and then we're going to try find a spot to watch the sun go down.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. So one of the animals that we often do find on night drives are African civet. They're closely related to genets. I quite like them. They're quite interesting animals to watch. Although they're technically classified as carnivores, they actually follow an omnivoristic diet and will eat both fruit as well as other animals. Over here we can see that there's a large amount of seed remains from the raisin bushes inside the dung itself. And they quite often will feed on these, and they're also responsible in some way for it to assist with germination, as the acid inside the stomach helps to break down the outer layer of the hard seed. For those of you who might know, one of the most expensive coffees in the world is known as kopi luwak, which comes from Indonesia. And those fruits of the coffee plant actually goes through the stomach of the Indonesian civet, and then it helps with the fermentation process. Remember, some 8-9 years ago, it was roughly going at 125 Rand for a few grams of coffee, I think less than 90 grams, which is quite expensive. Though I do love coffee, I will not pay so much for it. As well as we find that those animals are quite often kept under very unhygienic as well as cruel conditions, simply that they can feed on the fruit and then produce coffee. Coming back to the African civet, it also feeds on a large amount of different insects and other arthropods. We can see there's some remains of beetles over here. We haven't seen beetles for a while because they all disappeared with the cold winter. And then also millipedes. These white concentric rings is that from the millipedes. And millipedes, quite interestingly, will deposit calcium to actually strengthen the different segments on its body. The millipedes itself, they're also quite toxic. And they release a large amount of toxins as a chemical defense, which can potentially kill off a number of insects and predators, or hinder a number of predators that will try and feed on it. But for some reason, the African civet is not harmed by the chemicals at all.
So everybody, we back at the Gary Dam at the moment, so we have a little bit of, give up there when we were searching on the leopards, and we may come back later on with a spotlight and then see if we can maybe come right. Now we're looking at these water monitor lizard. It's in these little wood. Alright, cool. So it still actually looks like it's one of the smallest here, because sometimes you find in this dam there's a bigger one. There's sometimes paws on top of these dry wood for basking. All they need is the temperatures in the sun. So we're going to carry on search from these Gary Dam. I'm going to be sending you across to Lauren at Chitwa there.
Lions at Chitwa Open. I'm not going to lie. This is delightful. Oh, we're going flat in the shade. That's why we were moving. Now, everyone, I was told the Talamatis are on Chitwa, and they've been called in the east as Nkuhumas. So I'm not going to lie. We've just arrived. I need to properly check for myself with all your help before seeing. It gets very confusing out here with different people IDing lions in a different way. But Dov, let's go down this way. And they're saying on the radio Nkuhuma, but I'm not entirely sure. And we are on Chitwa Open, which means this is a great, great place for lions to get sort of hunting when they get a little bit more mobile. Ooh! I just want to get round a little bit more, Dab, and have a look at some faces. Sorry. I think I just drove in that poo. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We just watched a lioness do the toilet and I proceeded to then drive right through it. Well done, Lauren. I'm confused a lot by the Talamatis right now. I'm confused by their movements, but I'm thinking this could possibly be the Talamatis. Lion dynamics, I can't say for the Nkuhumas, I don't see them enough, but the Talamatis are changing, the dynamics are changing, and we don't see them enough. We see them, yes, but they cross through, they move, they've been seen on Chitwa, they've been seen on Torchwood, Mbambili, Arathusa, Djuma, Bushwalk. They are travelling much further than they used to travel. I do think this could be the Talamatis. But it's nice to see them a little bit awake and not completely keeled over. I mean, they're not exactly mobile, but they're not sleeping. I haven't had a lion sighting on Chitwa Open in a really long time. Power. Looks can be deceiving, my friend. They look that, don't they? But ooh, if you could smell them right now, it's not pleasant. And my goodness, I don't think they would be so cuddly. Are we keeping you awake? I apologise. But yes, they do look adorable. Lions just have this... Oh my goodness, everybody's yawning now. Ravi, are you yawning?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. Lions have this way of just conveying such power. That's your name, but power, strength, ferocious power, and then they just have this side to them where they're just so tactile and cute and cuddly with one another. It really is quite something. Lionesses, I admire them greatly. I think they're a force to be reckoned with. I think they know exactly what they have to do to survive, and I think a lot of lionesses individually go the extra mile, sort of taking one for the team, if you like, to put themselves in a position that they may not want to, just for the survival of their offspring. We've got this sighting all to ourselves, which I must say is rather wonderful. I don't think Mareebs is going to be on Chitwa Open tonight. What do you guys think? We're on the eastern side of Chitwa Open. Mareebs is normally on the western side. But I don't think we're going to see him today. I'm pretty sure we're looking at the Talamatis, but if any of you can confirm exactly, I would appreciate that. Tom, no, we don't. And I mean, that would really be quite the mission. I think, you know, those little nose pegs, what do you call them that swimmers wear? Those little things that clamp your nose together like that. I think I would need one of them. I would need a really decent pair of marigolds and a triple lined bag before I could ever do that. Lion scat is really something else. I can't even begin to explain. I remember we were doing an ACBC rehearsal and we had the Nkuhumas, Sebastian and I. And the Nkuhumas, you know, are very relaxed, habituated, so there's a lot of contagious social behaviour. So the minute one normally gets up to go to the toilet, they all do, and they completely circled the car. We didn't feel any danger, but one by one, lion scat, completely in a nice little circle all around the car. I turned around, Seb was vomiting, and we had no choice to get out of the Mulwati but to drive through it, and oh, that was a disastrous evening. It's a really horrible smell. So lion scat, oh, but I guess someone's got to do it. Maybe one day I think that would be such an interesting sort of study, but I don't feel it would be as interesting as leopards, because with leopards there's no sort of coalition that you could maybe get confused with. I mean, when a coalition is dominant over a pride, it's normally going to be one of those males. Whether it's 3 males or 5 males, it's going to be one of them. Whereas with leopards, I really think sometimes it can surprise you with who they mate with. But Tom, possibly one day when there's enough sort of financial support for the project and logistically as possible, that would be a good one. But Tom, you're going to come and be the poop scooper. I shotgun not for that one. I'm just going to check behind me. Are they all still flat up?
Yep.
Yes. Yes, they are. Now, the Talamatis on Chitwa, wow. I remember when I first arrived, that was completely unheard of. My goodness. People in the south hadn't even met the Talamati pride. They were just this elusive pride from Bushwalk. Look at this lovely little grooming session. I know this talk of the intruder male that I haven't seen yet, and you should always hold off until you see things. And until you can see it for yourself. Things get mis-ID'd all the time, and I understand why. I mean, you're out here in the wild, animals are moving. Sorry, Jared, one more time with that question. Antique, you're asking how many lines do we count? Ooh, I think I see all 3 sub-adult males, so they're ticked off. I saw Blue Eye, pretty sure it's her. There's a male coming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the rest are behind me. I'll get that final count for you, don't worry. And it always helps when they're awake and not completely fat. And for the Talamatis, in their entirety is 5 adult females. You've got who we call the old lioness. I don't actually know if she is the oldest, but she looks extremely old, really, really old. She is one of the oldest, but I don't actually know if she is the oldest, if that makes sense. We call her the old lioness because of her appearance. Blue Eye, Notchier, the 2 Salati daughters, the 6 sub-adult females, and the 3 sub-adult males. You are gorgeous. But I will get that body count for you, don't worry. Thank you, Michael. We have the Talamatis. I thought so. It's easy. The Talamatis really shouldn't be here, technically speaking, so it's quite easy for guides to think, there's a pride of lions here, must be the Nkuhumas, because they're obviously basing their sort of knowledge on where these individuals move, but it's the Talamatis. Okay, I'm glad. This sighting is very much what I needed today, so we are going to sit here as long as we can and enjoy it.
Hi, I'm Dee from the south coast of England. Today I was told I have won the most amazing prize to go to Marataba. Oh, I can't believe it. I became hooked on WildEarth last year when I was trying to escape COVID, and animals are my thing. I just love them and I love what WildEarth does. So that's why I wanted to become an explorer. Just so looking forward to going out to Marataba. Want to do a walking safari. Thank you so much, WildEarth.
Wild Earth Explorers. It's in your nature.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on Wild Earth.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, though. Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on Wild Earth daily.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. On one of the earlier segments we were discussing African civets and their diet of eating both animal as well as plant material. And one of the seeds that we found in the civet tree was a large amount of raisin bush seeds. And this is one of the raisin bushes over here. It's not only the African civet that feeds on the fruits of this plant. We also find quite often that warthogs will feed on them if they drop onto the ground, and so does vervet monkeys and baboons. And then they become, once it's passed through the stomach, the acid inside the stomach helps to soften the seed and assist with germination. So the seeds and the fruits are also quite often harvested by people, and they will often use this for making a refreshing drink, especially when it comes to ladies that has been undergoing labor. This will be given to them to re-energize themselves. There's a number of other purposes for this plant as well. Sometimes they'll use several lengths of this, tie it together, and then they'll put a sharp edge piece of steel or piece of bone on the edge, and that will be used for catching scrub hares. This was a use that was traditionally used by the sun hunter-gatherers. We also find that this plant also plays a very important role within the Shangaan culture. So quite often my trackers used to tell me that as young boys by the age of 9 or 12, they would go for periods into the bush, which was known as bush initiation or bush school. And then they will be exposed to a number of grueling tasks which they had to perform so that they could enter that passage and become a man. One of the tasks they had to perform was to take several pieces of these sticks and then it would be put between their fingers. Then one of the elders would then simply squeeze their hands together, and if they flinched, they would not be considered to be a man yet. This was often followed by a beating with a length of the same raisin bush. Some of the other purposes of some of the other species of raisin bush which we get in this area is also to make fire. So quite often the round shaped raisin bushes makes perfect friction sticks, which we can use on a section of soft wood when we want to make fire. We're going to move on and go and see what else we can go and find, and let's see what the guys are up to in Phinda.
Welcome back, everyone. So we were slowly making our way to the area where we wanted to watch the sunset, a beautiful dam with some hippos, but out here we've got this thing called Phinda magic that we always speak about, and we've just found this spot, and this epitomizes Phinda magic. I think you can just see another fever tree in the background, this wonderful bend in the river, and in the background we can hear a red-eyed dove calling softly, the wind slowly blowing on our faces, and yeah, it is magic. And I've always believed magic's all around us, but there's a little bit more here in the bush than there is in other places. Just listening to hear what other birds I can hear. I can hear a dark-capped bulbul. Earlier, a reed cormorant flew over. And rivers like this across Africa are lifelines. Like we've seen throughout the show, elephants coming down, they need to drink. Things like buffalo need to drink every day. So these fingers that cut their way across the African landscape are lifelines that really are essential for Africa being the way it is, and why we love it is cruising along rivers as we're doing this afternoon, seeing what we can see. Rick, fever trees are not rare, no, but they are very habitat specific. Grow near water sources or near rivers. And down here in this area, the Maputoland area, or the northern part of KwaZulu-Natal province, in the northeastern part of South Africa, fever trees are actually quite common. There's big forests of them through Mkuzi, which is the game reserve that neighbors Phinda, and even just across the river, the Mighty Mzaneni River, there's beautiful fever tree forests, which really are something quite special to this region. And then if you go up into the northern parts of the Kruger National Park, not far from where some of the other game drives are coming to you, there's also big fever tree forests. So in some places you don't see them, but in the places you do see them, they are actually quite common, Rick. But not to say that they're not beautiful. Just because we see them all over, it doesn't mean that they're not beautiful. And I think one of the iconic species of tree that we see out here in Africa, and in Phinda in particular. Have a look at all of these water lilies. Look at the detail there. Each one looks like it's perfectly sculpted and has been placed there. You can see how the edges are serrated. It looks like a disc that's just floating. So, yeah, this river really is an incredible spot, but I think we're going to keep going and heading towards a beautiful spot to watch the sunset and see if there's anything we can find along the way. So let's go back over to Lauren with her lions.
They've all repositioned slightly, so I think we can possibly maybe not do a better body count. It's so difficult. There's always one that you just don't see. There's at least 8 in front of us right now, then 9 in the background. There's at least 9. And as some of you know, some of the lionesses are said to have cubs. I've not seen them, I've not even seen photos. Up in the sort of northern part of Bushwalk, very often they're in the Manguleti. And it's a high possibility that these cubs are not the avokas. And that's why these females are keeping separate. And keeping away from the pride. I mean, lionesses normally do keep their cubs away from the pride until they are ready to be introduced. But it's not the lionesses they're worried about. It's the avokas. Or dark mane mainly. I mean, Blondie and Mohawk. Such terrible names. But it's what we roll with. They haven't been seen up north in a long time. I can't even honestly remember the last time I saw those two boys. Oh wait, I see 11. How many do you count of?
12.
12? Okay, it keeps creeping up, everyone. 12. That's interesting. But as I was saying earlier, you should always just take things with a little bit of a pinch of salt out here when it comes to ID. Chewy. I mean, I've already went into great depth about their scat, so we don't need to do that again. But although they groom and they aloe groom, they can smell a lot like decaying flesh sometimes. I never get any bad smell from a leopard, really. It's almost like they don't smell. I mean, yes, of course, our scat does. But lions... I'm really not sure how you describe it. What do you think, Dov? Awful.
Sometimes.
Sometimes awful. I think it's really down to if they've just made a kill and naturally they've got blood on them. That's when they really smell. Of course, any animal would. It can be bad. And of course, there's many of them, so it's not just one. You're getting a whole load of smell right there. But I think I failed to answer your question. I really don't know how to answer it. It can just be sometimes really awful. But if they've not really been near a carcass in a while, then you generally don't really smell them. Unless it's toilet time. I'm just intrigued to see what's happening. Are they going to go back north? Are they going to head north onto sort of Gowrie Main over into Torchwood or over into Juma? Are they going to make a kill here on Chitwa Open? Chitwa Open is remarkably deserted. I have not seen one single Impala or warthog or waterbuck or any of the usual suspects that you see when you come to Chitwa. Hippos, yes. And believe it or not, right behind us, we can't give you a view. It must be about 15 metres behind us is that really famous fig tree that Mareebs had his water monitor lizard up, and we've had Tandy and Mareebs up there before. Literally about 15 metres behind us. Just to give you some context to where we are. Are you close enough there, boy? I love their manes. That was a very dramatic yawn. But you know, there's talks of that Mbali pride coming in a little bit more into Bufusuk, so there's always a possibility if there's other lion prides coming into Bufusuk is pushing the Talamatis further south. It doesn't mean they're fighting, it's just shifting. Territories will always shift. I mean, when I first arrived here, Tandy was always on Juma. Yes, I'm talking about a leopard, but always on Juma. You could predict where Tandy would be. She was always on the dam cam. And now you hardly ever see Tandy on Juma. And it's just been a shift. She obviously gave a section of her territory to Tlalamba, and Tlalamba's just expanded and expanded. It's still expanding, and Tandy has shifted east. So it's exactly the same sort of concept. Lions will shift. It's just amazing how much we see the Talamatis now. Okay, I'm definitely not going anywhere, but you guys are going to head over to Pridelands.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. So in the last few minutes we started looking at plants that has value to us as humans in the bush. So one of them is this little shrub right over here, which is actually known as a wild basil. I love basil because pesto is one of my favorite things to eat. So you can use this for cooking as well as you can burn it, and it produces quite a pleasant smell. Then the tree right over here, this one is a flaky thorn. You can see incredibly large thorns over here and then the flaky appearance on the bark. This one is pretty useful as well if you need a meal, and you can actually dig it up and you can take out the root, and then the root can be thrown into a fire and then cooked like a sweet potato, which is also one of my favorite things to eat. If we have a look over here, we'll notice that this tree has got incredibly large thorns, and this is quite often common of young thorn trees, and the reason is to protect it against browsers such as giraffe as well as kudu. Thorns aren't the only way that they protect themselves. They also use toxins, and in some cases many of the toxins that plants can produce can be lethal for us. For example, with euphorbias as well as tambuotis, if we have to consume those toxins. In this case, one of the animals that have learned to overcome the thorns as well as the large amount of tannins that this plant produces is the giraffe. And we'll notice that there's a number of the branches that's been stripped clean. And one of the things that you will notice quite often when giraffe is eating is that it will wrap its tongue around the little branch and then strip off the leaves without being affected by the thorns. And the reason why they can do that is because they've got a very unique saliva that simply just deflects a thorn off the tongue. There's also a few other adaptations that they have. It's an incredibly thick leathery lip and those incredibly long eyelashes, which will prevent that these thorns will actually damage the eyes. We're going to move off and go and see if we can find any other interesting plants that has any value.
So we had a very small antelope, Steinbuck, and then looks like it's busy feeding in there because there's a little bit of a greenie. We're right on top of the dam wall where this is probably the water link through from the on the surface, and then it will just appear from the other side. And this is where you see a lot of green that's taking places in that area, but attract quite a lot of these antelopes coming to graze around in that area as well. And the Steinbuck, they're one of the antelope. They are monogamous, and that their females would be around. Usually they would be staying male and female, maybe more than one female within the area. We're taken care of by one male. And they're highly territorial animals, these one. Would defend their territory by marking against these bushes. They have orbital glands. And it's so cool that they, since they all separate, they all stay alone or sometimes male and female together, so there's a way of survive. So they gotta rely on hearing sound, but they also sense a smell as well. It's great. So it looks like it's going to come out to the open perch. So it's coming out of that very deep area. Now it's in a slightly opened perch. It eventually will come out to the uphill there. So it's slightly windy picking up, so most of these antelope, especially those that are not in a group, so white man, you're asking with the Steinbuck had a bigger ears than a duiker. Well, they're one of the smallest out here. So, duiker would have a slightly bigger ears than for the Steinbuck. But even also the horns, which they are anything from 11 to 13 centimeter, where for the grey duiker as well, slightly above that, 14 centimeter though. And they have a very small tail, which is probably anything from 4.6 centimeter, that little tail, hard to see it. So it just disappeared into that wood. But maybe, if we wait for another moment, it may come out to the very open perch there, more to the left then. Looks like I saw it ran away from us, so I'm going to continue search, and then in the meantime let's go over to Lauren with the Pride of Line.
Some of us are slowly starting to move. I just love how they all follow one by one. They really don't like to be separated. Here we come. You see that, dove? See the power in between their on their breast, if you like, on their chest, muscles. And that's lion's superpower. Their power, their strength, that's their superpower, and their numbers. Cheetahs is, of course, speed, leopards, hoisting, dogs, the pack. Lions is their remarkable strength. And it's difficult to convey on a screen sometimes, but Tandy is nowhere near that size. I'm just using her as an example. Tandy would be so much shorter, only going up to her sort of elbow, if you like, and so much slimmer. There's a remarkable difference between lionesses and leopards. Where are you going, girl? I'm going to sit next to the car. Okay. Daniel, you're asking about dark spots. I was actually just having a little look there behind the ears. And it looks like ticks. I think there's a lot of ticks here. You're asking about dark spots above the eyes. Turn around, my beautiful lioness. I don't know if you mean dark or just those sort of really orangey coloured eyebrows, if you like, which is just their coloration. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. They have sort of a much more rufous colour just above their eyebrows where the vibrissae sits. They do have hair that comes out there. Okay, it's not quite like human eyebrows, but they do have hair. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to. But they don't have dark spots above their eyes. Yeah, maybe that's a good one to look at, Dove. Yeah, I think you mean that sort of little eyebrow, almost, and it's just their markings. I guess another name for Vibraceous whiskers. Modified hair, and they also have them on that eyebrow patch. I do have a funny feeling this sighting might get a little bit busier later on, but let's hope we can stay as long as possible. Talamatis, I think you should come back to Djuma. What do you guys think? Okay, I'm going to get on this Game Drive radio, see what's happening, and we're going to send you guys over to JP.
Good afternoon and welcome back on Bushwalk. We've been looking at a number of interesting plants this afternoon which have both medicinal, cultural and other practical uses. The one that we're looking at the moment is known as a sickle bush, and it can be identified by these very large spines that you can see right over here. And the purpose of this is to protect it against animals that would like to eat. Unlike fawns, a spine is actually a modified branch, and we'll see that several lengths of spines will start growing out of that. Interestingly enough, if we look at a fawn, it's actually a modified leaf, and once a fawn has been produced, it can never become anything else, again, other than a defensive weapon against herbivores. One of the things that I do also find particularly in is with this tree is a Christmas tree on several occasions, as it makes beautiful yellow, pink and white flowers. The other purpose for this plant is actually to use both the roots as well as the leaves, and that's often they will chew the leaves and put it on the bite site of a snake or scorpion, or where spider bites has taken place, and this is believed to have some form of anesthetic value, but also enables to draw out the venom from the bite site. As guides, we've learned very quickly that we don't drive over this bush at night time, as it leads to a number of flat tires, especially when you're trying to follow a leopard. That's detrimental in that chase. You very quickly learn that you're going to have to phone somebody else or radio somebody else to come and ask them for a spare tire or two to help you out of trouble. We're going to continue our walk and start slowly moving back to the dam and see what can go into there. But let's see what Andrew...
So everybody, we have left that Steinbuck vanish into the bush, but we got a very common antelope, which is an Impala. Looks like all the males in the wood. When I just check them, all of them, they just have horns. So looks like a small bachelor group of males together. Just wandering through that bush because of the feeding methods. So they would spend time in the bush whenever they could, but they got to be careful doing that, because this is when they get hunted quite easy with these tall grasses in this bush. And it's so peaceful there. I know the wind is actually picking up every now and then. And they just gonna feed. Well, at night, pitch dark, they'll eventually move back to the open, because this is where now they're gonna stand, making sure that they're safe the whole night. So in a bachelor group, those are the ones that couldn't win the fight during that rioting season, which is, it's already, many of the females now heavily carrying. It's already happened, still happening sometimes. Those are not actually come on estrus yet, and they're still followed by males. But that male within a high rim of females, it's got to be by himself, and then you would maintain up to about 40, 60, possibly 100 female at once. And then during that domination, so everybody loves the light within them there. Well, it's such a beautiful antelope too. There's impalas, especially a little bit puffed up this little bit of a coat. So, and then there's a light just on the other side of them, and then we just facing towards the light. So it actually provides such magnificent, beautiful colors in these animals. So you're very right. So we're still on search. We're gonna continue on search.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. As one of the industry's best and Fagasa Indoors training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Everybody's moved into the shade, although I think it's quite chilly myself. thought you guys would have been making the most of the last of the rays. Bless you. Now, talking about the territory shifting is completely normal. Nothing in nature is static. Everything's in a constant state of flux. And a territory is only a territory if it's actively defended. You all know that. I love to talk about it. But, I mean, these guys mainly sort of communicate through scent marking. And it's not an absolute odor fence, if you like. It's completely penetrable. It's just there to slow intruders down and make them more nervous. Oh, okay, the Talamatis are here. Do we want to go in? Do we not want to go in? Probably not. Change direction. It's not impenetrable. It's not like it stops anyone from coming in. It's just there to slow them down. And if you think about it, the production, detection, and analysis of scents are central to the lives of most mammals. Now, we're only talking about mammals here. I mentioned last night about potentially dogs not primarily using their vision to recognize our humans. I didn't mean that they don't. Loving the sunshine here. I didn't mean that dogs don't recognize humans by vision. It's just not their primary sense. They live in a chemical world. And scent marking basically... What are you doing, lovely? Anoints personal space. Set up personal space, even for a solitary animal like a leopard or a pride. And it's used to coordinate reproductive timings, bring animals into estrus, or communicate that they are in estrus and they're ready to mate. And of course, mammals also use odors, scents, to identify individuals. They recognize them individually, and they can also detect levels of genetic similarity to others, all through their scent, all through the scent that they have left behind. They can use it to identify potential mates, even maintain group cohesion like lions here, through scent. That's what keeps them together at the end of the day. They can use scent to signal the presence of a predator, attract mates, and obviously evaluate their readiness of mates, especially for the males. Is that female in estrus? I'm not going to mate with her if she's not in estrus, because then it's pointless. It's not going to result in any sort of success for the male, so there's no point. And most mammals have sort of a chemical sensitivity that is so far greater than humans, and their reality is an odor world, and we are only dimly aware of it. Dimly. If that. Their world is odor. That's what I was trying to say yesterday about Maribs. And in order to even begin to understand, we need a chemistry lab, we need chromatography, and we still really don't understand all those sort of messages and signals and chemicals that they're leaving behind. And that is absolutely incredible. So as we sit with our Talamatis, we're going to send you guys over to Phinda.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Phinda. So we were making our way along that river road, and like we were saying, rivers being a finger of life, essentially, through these landscapes, bringing down lots of prey species that need to drink. And look at what we found. We found 5 lions here. We can only see 2 of them at the moment, but they've had quite a lazy day in this area, haven't moved too far. Still being a little bit lazy now, hiding from the wind in this quite sheltered area, not too far from the river. And we were just discussing with Lauren those markings above the eyes, the eyebrows. You can see on this line there's some different markings. You can see how there's still a few little spots, and even on the back legs that are sticking out there behind the head. So young lions are quite spotty, and it just helps them to blend in and camouflage a little bit more with their surroundings. Helps breaks their profile when they're mothers might be out hunting, and then they slowly lose those spots as they get older. Not always. Sometimes you'll find adult lionesses still with spots, so it's not extremely accurate way of aging lions, but these lions are around 15 or 16 months, and look at that beautiful cute face, resting on its paw like a pillow. I wish I had hands that big to rest on when I was sleeping. But just beautiful to see those spots. And you can actually see in the paw there, that there's these little marks. That's actually where the claws come out from the front there. And Jackie, this pride of lions is part of the mountain pride. So we see them around this area, the southern section of the reserve. And this is 3 sub-adults, so they're around 15 or 16 months. There you can just see the paws of the other one and some whiskers sticking out of the bush. She heard us, so we're looking at her now. Look at those beautiful big ears. And then there's 2 adult females here as well. So there's 5 lions from the mountain pride here. And we call them the mountain pride because they actually spend a lot of time up on one of the mountains here on Phinda, one of the highest mountains. And this is actually a perfect shot. As we're driving along, it's often something that helps us find lions are these little black marks behind the ears. So when we're driving along, we might just see those black marks, and maybe you'll find the ears twitching a little bit. That helps us find lions when we're looking for them in the long grass, because they actually blend in very well to the grass. Look at how hairy that ear is as well. If you look inside it, there's so many hairs. Just a beautiful scene here as the sun goes down. So we're not going to make it to the dam before the sunset now, because we found these lions. But how special is this to sit here and see these lions? And you can see from this angle, as Johan's panning out, how well they do blend in. Even though that lion's lying in the road, you can see how it's almost the same color as the grass just to its right, at the front of those bushes there. Right, so lions have a few different types of teeth. So at the back, there's some teeth that are called incisors, and they're quite sharp, and they're short. They're only a few centimeters long, but they form almost like a blade, and they use the teeth at the back of their mouth to cut open carcasses. It works almost like a scissors. And then at the front of their mouth are those big canines, and their canines can be really big, long, really long, like 10 or 12 centimeters, sometimes even longer. But have a look at that beautiful face, looking straight at us. And look at all of the detail on that face. I mean, we're very lucky to see lions quite regularly out here at Phinda, but to look at her and knowing that she's an individual, she's lived a day just like all of us have. Some of us have had good days, some of us have had bad days. But just look at how beautiful that lioness is. And if you look under the eyes there, you were speaking earlier about the markings on the top of the eyes. Underneath the eyes, you can see those beautiful white markings that help let in as much light as possible in the evenings as the lions start getting active and doing a lot of their hunting, which they do here on Phinda in the evenings. You can see her turning her ears individually from side to side, just listening to what's around her. Because they're still quite young, you can see how unmarked their faces. Oh, there we go. The third, looks like the third sub-adult might have just come and joined the other two. You can just see one ear above the other one that's lying now and is fast asleep. And they're slowly getting to the age now where they'll be joining the adults on hunts. So like I mentioned here, there's 3 lions, 3 sub-adult lions and 2 adult females. And they'll slowly start helping. Oh, there's a big yawn on the right. There you can see those canines quite well, Riley. Those long teeth, those are the longest teeth that we could see there. But they're slowly getting to the point where they're starting to join the adults on hunting, or on hunts, and they're unfortunately still not great at it. They often ruin the hunt for the adults, because hunting the way that lions do is all about timing. It's about picking the right opportunity to hunt. And the young ones haven't quite figured that out yet, so they often run at the wrong time or make a noise at the wrong time. They are such gorgeous lions. Being so young, the face is still completely unmarked. Like I was saying, they haven't quite had the scars of their battles. Often telling a story, as lions get older, you often say that you can see their lives depicted on their skin and on their faces. Each scar a different story. And this lion, I think, might have heard something behind us. It looks like it's just looking and is quite attentive, and now the other one to the right is as well. And I can't hear anything, but obviously their sense of hearing is so much better than mine that they could have heard something way off. But I think we're going to stay with these lions for another few minutes and see what they get up to. It is getting to the time where we might expect them to start moving. But I think for now, let's just spend some time enjoying watching them and seeing what they might do next. You can see that other little face creeping around the bush, looking straight at us, looking very inquisitive there.
Everybody's still remarkably flat. But the sun is really going down now. You just feel that change in the air. The sun gets lower and look at this bear. Spooning. got to love how lions cuddle. I'm just intrigued to see what happens when they wake up, but patience is part of the game out here. Even yesterday with Sabi, we had to wait. We had to put in a little bit of patience. But it gets cold quick, so I don't imagine once the temperatures drop a little bit lower that these cats are going to stay flat. When it gets cold, it's time to get moving, it's time to generate some heat, and it's time to go hunting. You can see some of them have got sort of blood stains around their neck. Andrew said they had them this morning, so they definitely fed last night or in the early hours of this morning. We recounted for you all and we can count 12. Davi was right. And all the sub-adults that I've mentioned, all 9 of them, were born from December 2018 to April 2019. So that's about a little over 4 months, sort of maximum 5 month span of time all the sub-adults were born. You see, you're asking about short-tail, little Tinkerbell. I haven't identified her as yet, but I imagine she is. She normally sticks quite close with the sort of the pride unit, but I actually haven't been able to pick her out. She's normally quite easy to pick out. But looking at tawny bodies like this, it's really difficult. We need them all to stand up. But I will let you know as soon as we spot her. It's hard when you come to lion sightings and this stuff, what Davi's showing you right now, that's what you see. It's very difficult. You can see why sort of people do get things wrong. But we are starting to get to know the Talamati pride a lot better now. And we will spend time with them when they're on the reserve or when they're in an area that we can traverse. And if you think about it, Andrew had them last night crossing over from Simbambili, going east along Rotella access, and look at them now. They're on Chitwa, and that's why when we sometimes get these dam camp updates, oh, lions were around last night, you literally never know where they're going to be in the morning. They travel far. I mean, that's really far. We're now on Chitwa Open. Nelly, that is exactly what will happen to the young males. I haven't seen any sort of overt aggression towards them right now. And that's well, the oldest ones, the sort of litter that was the boys that were born first. And the earlier litters are obviously older. I don't need to explain that. And that will be about 2.5 years now. And the ones that were born later will just be approaching that, maybe just a little bit over 2. So things are going to change for these boys, absolutely. And I always feel that, big stretch, being sort of ousted from a herd or a pride or any sort of, that looked like a really good stretch, social unit must be really hard for them, and it's a process, and the females have got to change their behaviour towards them in order for them to realise that it's time to go, it's time to go. And it can be around the 3-year mark. So yeah, things will change. Not right now, not immediately, but things are absolutely going to start to change for the Talamati Pride. And I really hope that these 3 boys start a coalition of their own. It's most likely that they will. It benefits them to be in a coalition of their relatives, so you can sort of reproduce by proxy rather than strangers. Imagine that coalition. The Talamati boys. But this is normal. Males do get kicked out. They start to, I guess, reach sexual maturity, which involves a lot of hormonal changes, physiological changes, rises in testosterone, which inevitably results in changes in behaviour, and they do become aggressive. Whether they mean it or not, those changes happen. And that's when the females know they've got to get them out. They've done their job. They've reared their boys. They're starting to wake up now. I still don't see anything on this open area. My eyes are also struggling with the lack of light, but I don't see any impala, nothing. White mane, I don't know what you mean by territory reasons, but it will be for 2 reasons. So, following food and pushing, expanding, if that's what you mean by territory reasons. It benefits every species, be it social or solitary. The bigger the territory, the better. Territory is just social dominance, is you claiming that this area is yours. So the bigger the better, literally, for a male leopard, a female leopard, hyena clan, pride of lions. So yes, they're most likely expanding. They could also just be shifting. And it's mostly to do with food. Remember, we're in winter. It's cold. They'll be following the food. Water is readily available almost everywhere. The dams are still full, but they're following the food. And they're pushing wherever they can. That was quite the yawn, Blue Eye. We have purple eye in the Nkohumas and blue eye in the Talamatis. Now you're going to make me yawn. So yes, white mane. Food first and expansion, pushing, always trying to get a bigger territory, I guess. Yeah, second. It's just times have changed, and it's been remarkable being here for this long period of time and just seeing those changes. Who moves where, who goes where. Who arrives, who leaves? The guinea fowl were around earlier. No Meribso. And no interest from the lions whatsoever. Oh, bless you. I don't think it's going to be too long now, everyone. Once one moves, you know the story from here, so we're going to sit tight.
Hello, my name is Marnie Kell from the Greater Toronto area of Ontario, Canada. I am most excited to meet some of the guides that I feel I already know. And I'm going to very much enjoy riding along with them to see what they see most days while they're broadcasting these safaris to us, while also staying at the beautiful Simbambili Lodge. WildEarth has brought so much to my life, and I am thrilled and grateful to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Sign up to be an explorer today, and it could be you jetting off on an all-expenses-paid-for safari experience. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature. The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Sorry everyone, I need to do my jacket up. I'm not getting a chance here and it's getting cold. They're all starting to move. Well, some of them. I'm just turning around to see where they've gone. And I need to put my second jacket on, everyone. Sorry, it's going to be a little bit noisy, but I don't want to be cold. What about you, Dobby? You're going to brave it. Because I'm going to have to start following these lines soon. Oh, now I'm all tangled. Come on, Lauren, I'm just untangling myself. Bear with me. There we go, job done. I just love it. I love how as soon as that first one makes the decision to move, it's like dominoes, chain reaction. I just love how in tune they are with each other that way. Ah, there's little shorty tail. Hello, Tinkerbella. You see her? Right there. I thought that was you. Boy, you've got some bedhead there. They're walking in a northerly direction, which is good news. They keep going this way, they're going to pop out onto Gary Main, and they're either going to go into Torchwood or Djuma. That one is flat. I think it's one of the males refusing to even get up. Ooh.
Danny, I'm gonna answer your question with my nose pinched.
We didn't think about the wind, Darby. We are downwind. Danny, absolutely. It's not really genetic as such. I mean, some element will be, but normally when a male lion is in his prime...
Oh my goodness.
Okay, let me try that again. Normally when a male lion is in his prime, he'll already have reached sexual maturity. That comes first, and that is the hormonal changes that I was talking about, and the physiological changes, thus behavioral changes. Then they're ousted. Then they go nomadic for a while. Similar to a leopard, similar to Tavangumi, if you like. That sort of comparison. And except they're not really solitary. If they are solitary, they will find other males somehow and join up with other males. But generally speaking, normally you'll find the males leave together, like these boys. That's exactly what's going to happen. And they're nomadic for a while before they're sussing the land. We had some young boys come in about maybe a year ago now, and I really do think they were just checking out the lay of the land. Exactly what Tavanzumi's doing. Then they slowly start to become territorial, slowly start to put their mark on an area, claiming social dominance. And once they become territorial, only then will they really start to take over prides and become into their prime. And that's really when the manes will start to change. It's to do with testosterone. Darker manes, more testosterone. So these cute little manes that you see now are absolutely 100% going to change. But I guess there'll be some genetic factor in there. But really, the darkness comes with being in prime testosterone. Joanne, she's not blind, but she will be blind in one eye. But she won't be blind. She can still see. That's blue eye. I don't actually know what happened to her eye. I'm not sure if any of you do. But she can still see. She's still got, it's her right eye that's blind. No vision. It's her left eye that she can still see out of. And they do have binocular vision, but as I mentioned earlier, they live in a highly chemical world, focusing on scents, smells, and audio. fantastic hearing, so she can absolutely survive with one eye. Who's going to be the last to get up? I think it's going to be the boy. We need to try and differentiate between these boys. I'm very familiar with the Talamati Pride line, but it took us time. Just a reminder to you all, they are quite new to us at WildEarth too on some level. But I think we fully know our Talamati Pride now, but we'll need to sort of give some sort of nickname, not official names, so we can talk about the boys instead of being that boy, that boy, that boy. Okay, I think we're just going to try and turn around a little bit. I'm really not sure where everyone is walking off to. Ready, Dov? Yep. You can see that beautiful air shadow just above that, the belt of Venus. Beautiful. None of them are up yet. Going to give a wide berth here. I know they've gone north, so they'll have touched Shirombe. This tree, this is a fig tree. The exact tree that Marib's had his water monitor in. It's quite an iconic tree. It's what gave Shirombe its name. My goodness, they've all moved quite far already. There's still two here. They're heading straight towards Gowrie Main. Okay, I'm going to decide which direction to go in here, and we're going to send you guys over to Phinda.
Welcome back, everyone. So, just like the lions that Lauren was with, our lions got up and they slowly started grooming themselves and then walked off into the bushes, into a thicket where we unfortunately couldn't follow them. So we came to this beautiful big waterhole, and just a wonderful scene. There's lots of birds calling in the background. There's some thickneys calling, and you can see the sun slowly disappearing just over the horizon there. Look at that, birds moving through the sky now. And look at that beautiful mountain in the background there. That's Ntabankosi mountain, which means the mountain of God, or the mountain of the king. And that's actually the mountain that the mountain pride of lions that we were with earlier is named after. So some of the cubs were actually born on top there and spent a lot of their early childhood, essentially, or lionhood, I guess, on the top of that mountain. So nice link to come back to after having seen those lions briefly, being able to tell a little bit of their story. But it's just so peaceful here by the water. Matthew, my favorite bird call, it's a tough one. I think the black-headed oriole is probably up there. It's a beautiful, melodious, liquid kind of sound. That's definitely up there. And of course the fish eagle, especially while we're at a beautiful water source like this. I think the African fish eagle really epitomizes Africa. You know, it's something that makes me think of times like this, especially when, if we might be traveling overseas and we're missing home. The fish eagle always makes me think of home. Have a look at that tree line. So diverse, so many different trees. to understand how each one of those needs the right amount of pH in the soil, the right amount of sunlight, just to exist. And then there's so many of these trees all together that form the mosaics that dot andBeyond Phinda. So lucky to be out here this evening, sharing this with all of you. Now around this time of year, I've noticed quite a few white rhino coming down to drink in the evenings actually. So around this time, white rhino might be coming down to drink, even black rhino. We know that black rhino are what we call crepuscular, so they're active mostly during dawn and dusk. And as the sun's slowly disappearing there, we're heading into dusk. So this is a good time for us to keep an eye out for black rhino. And we might see them browsing, feeding on the tambuti thickets that are all around this dam on their way to it. Look at that scene, just beautiful. And I think we're going to stay here until the sun's completely gone, to give a chance for any of those animals maybe to come down to drink, see if we can see any of them, and also just to enjoy the time out here at this beautiful, peaceful waterhole.
So we're now driving around quarantine, and then we're just gonna see what we see around here. And then, we still have a lot of time, so we may go back to the southern boundary, check towards the western boundary as well. There hasn't actually been much reported on the radio in terms of cats. Not really. I'm just gonna take a look at these impalas. They're gathering around here. This is now quarantine, so it's beautiful on the open area where impala may love it to be around here because they can see clearly around. And their coat is kind of slightly puffed up there because of the temperatures now dropped. So they will be like this all night. Such a beautiful, now it's the last of a light we're looking at the western side from quarantine. Quite a few impalas around here, and they all take it easy. I may face another many of hours of standing up also at night, just to make sure that they all survive. So I'm gonna carry on, see if I can pick up anything. I'll leave these impalas.
This lioness has decided to come back to look for the stragglers, sit right next to our vehicle, and groom. So we're not going anywhere for now. Now she moved. She's very close. Dovey, can you just do a behind the car check for me? Are we all good? Now they are moving towards Gowrie Main. I'm just trying to figure out how we should do this. There's another one here. I think we're just going to go in. Because if they cross over into Torchwood, we may not follow. Our signal in Torchwood is not too fan-dabby-dozy. It's that time of night where you need light, but your headlights are not quite functioning yet. There's a lioness there. I probably will put them on. It's more important to see the animal than to not see it. If they cross straight north, it will be Torchwood that they head on to. But they don't always walk in a completely straight trajectory, so let's see. Ready, Dov?
Yep.
I'm going to put my lights on. Nothing behind us? Off-roading is really quite something at night, but luckily it's very open here. So I think we'll be absolutely fine. I'm really hoping to catch up with them to see which direction they move in. But for now, over to Phinda, still at the Waterhole.
We're still here at this beautiful dam with the Ntabankosi Mountain lining the scene at the back there. And there have been some white-faced whistling ducks flying around. We saw the flock just recently fly over our heads and making that beautiful whistling sound, which is quite synonymous with African bush this evening. As most evenings you hear white-faced whistling ducks if they're around in the area, making that beautiful whistling call. And this dam that we're at now, between us and the mountain, is that bigger dam that we were at earlier this afternoon, where we were watching that elephant bull, and they're actually connected. So like we were saying earlier on the floodplain, when it rains a lot, the water systems change completely, and they almost, this whole floodplain between us and that bigger dam towards the mountain fill up, and it becomes one massive dam. Looks almost like a wetland. And that happened earlier this year as well, in January, February, with the big rains. So nice to see that this dam's so full. People who have been here for a long time have said that they haven't seen this dam or the one we were at earlier as full as this. So we're really lucky to see as much water on Phinda as there is now, especially coming out of the big drought that we had a few years ago. But as the sun's slowly setting now, we're getting into the nocturnal species. So some of the species that are active at night will slowly start getting going now. And yes, Nazreen, I completely agree. This is a spectacular scene. And we mentioned earlier that Phinda magic. And like I said, it just comes in bucket loads out here. Have a look at that reflection in the water. You can see that Ilala palm at the front of the water. One of my favorite trees, again, always reminding us of home, to stay grounded, I guess. And I'm sure all of you have something that reminds you of home. That tree for me is what reminds me of home. Have a look at that reflection. Hey? Just beautiful. There's a very famous saying which is said by someone very close to me, and they say, "We the privileged few." And I think that's the sense we get out here by this dam, is that we are completely privileged to be sharing space and time with these wonderful animals around us, and trees and birds and everything that comes together to form the circle of life. And This is just a prime example of it, a picture painted in the sky every evening. And I just want to be quiet for a minute now and just hear what we can hear. There's an African paradise flycatcher calling off to my left. We can just hear the hippos, which are way on the left side of the dam, slowly getting moving. Probably going to look to head out of this water source in the next few hours and head towards the good grazing pastures, which are not too far from here. But as we get deeper into the dry season, longer without rain, those grazing pastures will be further and further away from the dam. So they'll have to travel further each evening to graze. So I think we're probably going to sit here for just another few minutes and then move off and see what else this evening has to hold for us on our adventure. But for now, let's go back to Lauren with her lions.
All our telematis have gone, I'm afraid, bar one or two. They've all crossed into Torchwood and they've gone into a really thick block. Torchwood's actually very dense. Most of the blocks in Djuma we know our way through. We can navigate our way through them. But Torchwood's very dense, so I'm going to make the decision not to follow them. They may pop out on cheetah cut lines. We'll definitely stick near to cheetah cut line. And if they pop out, great news. If they don't, then we shall let them be. My car failed to start earlier, so we're not going to risk going into a deep block. Those two stragglers, they haven't appeared. Oh wait, I see them. I see a body coming now in the distance. There we go. Hello, you. Took a while. I wonder if they'll go up the mound. All the others were sitting on this termite mound. I wonder if this pair will also go up. Nope. Walk right past it. And that's them, I'm afraid. Into the thick block they go. What are you two doing? What is happening here? Did I just imagine that? I think that young sub-adult has been rather naughty there. Okay. Did not expect that just to happen. Please tell me I didn't imagine that. Well, someone's growing up fast. That one was by no means real mating, but Okay, we are going to head round to Cheetah Cut Line. They might pop out, they might not. Let's see if we get lucky.
Hi, I'm Mike Anderson, and I come to you live every day from Eco-Training Pridelands Conservancy in South Africa. The wild animal I think is most underrated. I think buffaloes are the most underrated. They're so tenacious and ferocious, and also very, very protective of each other, which I find incredible. You know, sometimes people think of the big five, they just think of lions and leopards and other big animals, but I think buffaloes are pretty underrated.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Look at this, everyone. Can you believe it? Honey badger in the middle of the road, digging for something. Wow. Like really digging for something. It can sense something under the ground. What do you sense? This is incredible. I've not had a honey badger sighting like this in a very long time.
No, but make your way. I can multitask.
He's hungry. He's looking for something under the sand. Aren't they just the cutest things, the most bizarre looking things? This is really unbelievable, everyone. They are not normally this relaxed. It's because it's focusing on food. There's something there it really wants. Nashri, did you say this is the first time you've ever seen a honey badger? I am so happy to show it to you. We've had a few sightings, but I think this may actually be the best one for me. Toffee and I were just talking about honey badgers last night, weren't we? Or yesterday. Their actual Latin name, I love this fact, is mellivora. Mellivora, and it comes from Latin. Mel actually means honey badger, and voro means to devour. And they are known to generally eat honey sometimes. They have a really broad diet though. Wow. Wonder what he's looking for. I don't actually know if this is male or female. They are carnivorous, but they eat carrion if they can find it. They'll eat fruit. They will eat honey. Insects. You see all the sand? Bobby Blue, you're asking, are honey badgers related to skunks? And I believe they are. They are related. Ferrets, otters, and even other badgers, they are related. I don't know how closely though. Ben, you're saying your day has been made. I know. We were literally just turning around the corner to go and find the lions. And we saw vehicles looking at something, and we thought, what are they looking at? And now we know what they're looking at. I can't believe this. I'm being spoiled by sightings these days. I really, really wonder what it is it's looking for. A lot of the guides out here, the local guides, or the local game scouts or rangers, are actually very scared of honey badgers. More so than lions, more so than leopards. They're scared of honey badgers. There's sort of an old folklore that they target genitalia of male humans if you walk into one, so they are very scared. I really can't comment on if that's true or not, but they can be ferocious. Extremely sharp claws. Look at this. And extremely sharp teeth. They can dig like crazy. Look at this. You can see that. They can actually dig their own burrows to rest in at night time. If they can't find a place to rest, they'll just dig a burrow. That's not what this one is doing, but they can do it. And they're using this excavation skill right now to find prey, but what is the prey? the vehicle put his engine on. I wonder if we could possibly catch it. Do you need to go into infrared, Dov? Okay, we can still see it. Let me just get an indication. I've been looking at the monitor. Let me actually see where it is. Just go straight ahead.
Looks like he might come back.
Okay, Dov's thinking he might come back. Just got a bit spooked by the engine. There's a massive traffic jam here. Come back, honey badger. That was really incredible, everyone. That doesn't often happen with honey badger sightings, let me tell you. Sometimes a director quickly links over as best as they can and is gone in a flash. Okay, let's just sit tight here and see if it comes back. Here we go. Because it was really interested in something in the ground. Oh! Would you look at that? Many of you are loving this bouncy walk. I know, it's so jolly. It's like an elephant's water walk, just so much happiness. I wish I knew what it is digging for. I've seen honey badgers fight with videos, not in real life, videos naturally, they'll stand their ground with leopards, lions, they'll chase away lions, they'll pick fights with porcupines, they don't care about hyenas. Really, they're completely fearless animals. There's videos online of honey badgers fighting and chasing away lions. No fear. No fear for the apex predator at all. That's what I love about him. BK's going to be very jealous of this sighting. The honey badgers are BK's favorite animal. Here we go, back to the same spot.
Just gonna go out infrared.
Maybe we will find out what it is it's after. I think this is the best honey badger sighting I've ever had. What about you, Dav? Dav is saying me too. He's in awe. See, he's just putting his nose into the sand. Face first. This is just, I have no words right now, everyone, so let's just enjoy it. You don't need to listen to me blabbling away. This is just incredible. This is something he really wants. Look at the physique, those really strong arms. Like a mini Popeye. Okay, we're gonna try and see if we can spend as much time as possible with this honey badger. But for now, over to Phinda.
Everyone, you will not believe it. So as we were sitting around, waiting, as we said, animals coming down to this waterhole, we found a leopard. And as we were cutting here, the leopard jumped into this thicket here. It sounds like it was hunting. It didn't see any animals in there. We just heard the noise now as she was jumping into the thicket. So we're just going to stand by here. We're going to wait here for just a few minutes. Johan's going to do his best to follow the light. It's quite a long way away, but it's just amazing to see and hear it unfolding in front of our eyes. So I'm going to try go a little bit further forward and just see if we can see what's happened. Maybe gone other side this thicket here, which I think might have been what happened, but she was stalking along the edge of the water here. So I just want to sit here for another few minutes, see what might have happened. I see some more eyes over there. This is incredibly exciting, guys. You never know what you're going to find out here in the bush. Can you see those eyes, guys? There we go. There's a leopard. Can you all see that? Those eyes coming back at us. Oh my goodness, guys, this is amazing. This is not something we get to see that often here on Phinda. This is just amazing, guys. So this leopard's making its way down towards the island where I think the other leopard, where I know the other leopard jumped to. So there's a patch of water here that the leopard might have to jump over. Let's see if in our shot we can see the leopard jumping over this patch of water. Look at those little white tufts on the ears. You can see those eyes shining back at us. We try not to shine the red light on them for too long, just because it can hurt their eyes. But because it's so far away, the light's not very intense on their eyes, so I think it should be okay for now. If we get any closer, we'll put the red filter on. Here we go, guys. Look at this, a leopard moving through the grass in the evening. I'm going to just scan to see where the other... There we go. And it is amazing. You can hear I can hear the hippos at the moment making some noise in the water. And the leopard, we were watching the hippos, and then behind me, Johan said, "What eyes are those? They look a bit different." And they were different. These eyes are a little bit lower to the ground, very close together. And it turns out that it was the leopard. So there's two leopards here very close to one another. This is just amazing, guys. Just amazing. And it shows that sometimes in the bush, patience pays off. We spent quite a long time waiting at this dam, and this is what we've been rewarded with. So this leopard's slowly making its way down towards the water, but we're going to go back to Lauren with her honey badger.
Our little guy is still digging. No sign of any luck so far. I just literally can't believe us. We've gone back to spot number 1. We've already dug there. We've already dug there. What are you after? I'm going to come here tomorrow and show you the tracks. We won't do it now because it's dark and obviously the animal is there. But I'm going to show you the honey badger tracks tomorrow. Wow, everyone, I think that might be it. One of the most incredible honey badger sightings of all times. And now we're digging inside a mound. White mane, you read my mind. I have actually just been thinking that about the senses. I always talk about the sensory world, right? Phenomenology and how an animal navigates. And I've literally just been sitting thinking about how a honey badger navigates its world and what senses it uses as its primary sense. And I don't actually know which sense is primary, but I do think it might be smell. They do release a terrible odour, just similar to skunks. So for an animal that releases a very stinky liquid, shall we say, it has to have a purpose. And normally that means that they can also smell it. They're leaving it for predators and other honey badgers. That awful, awful smell. So I'm going to go with sense of smell, but white mane, I'm going to check that out for you. You don't really see honey badgers too often. I'm completely blown away seeing that young sub-adult male lion do something naughty. I don't think they actually mated, but it must be naughty. And now this honey badger, okay. Where to go now? I am going to go down this way. I don't think we'll see it again, but you never know. And because they are nocturnal, they will have night vision, but vision will not be their primary sense. You can sort of figure out what senses an animal is using to navigate its world. Everyone, that was incredible. Anyway, we're going to bumble on now and see what else we can find.
Suspended above Kenya's Masai Mara is a breathtaking lodge where unrivaled service goes hand in hand with extraordinary wildlife sightings. Ngala Mara offers a quiet place where guests have the opportunity to reconnect with the world again. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer before the end of July, and you and a friend could win a 3-night stay at this award-winning lodge. WildEarth Explorers, it's in your nature.
My name is Moritz, and I come to you live every day from Tswalu Kalahari here in South Africa. My favorite thing is probably the predators, and as you can see, we're looking at some of them right now. These are the kings of the Kalahari. Spending time with the cats, it's just a privilege. And I love their behavior, you know, the more that you look at them, just the power and the sheer beauty and elegance of them.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
This little guy is still going. The sighting that keeps on giving. Oh my goodness. He's really foraging. And I imagine in winter, honey badgers will also have to adapt to just eat whatever they can. They don't seek out carrion, but if they come across it, they gotta eat what they gotta eat. He's moving off and we have got a vehicle behind us, so let's see if I can just get forward a little bit and make space for that other vehicle. We have been so incredibly lucky so far. Okay, I will do my very best to try and get more views of this little honey badger for you.
Guys, how amazing is this? So, just sitting at this waterhole, the other leopard went into the bushes chasing what we think was a monkey, and then this other leopard has made its way down to the same waterhole. And I know it probably is quite dark, but you can just see those eyes piercing back at us. As I said, we don't shine a white spotlight on nocturnal animals when they're close. We'll use a red filter, but because it's quite far away, it's still okay for us. But it looks like it's slowly moving towards us through the grass, guys. This is just incredible. So we just need to be a bit patient here. They're so well camouflaged, even in this night light, that when it just lies down, we can't see it. So now we can just see the eyes popping back. But it looks like it's slowly moving in this direction, which will be great for us. So Phinda is normally really well known for its cheetah viewing, and the leopard viewing not so much. But for us to see leopard like this really is something quite special. Moving through the grass. Wow, guys. Just wow. I'm going to quickly take my light off this leopard to see if the one on the island has moved. I can't see the other one. So I'm going to keep my light on this leopard, guys. But like I said, we don't want to shine directly at it for too long. So we're just going to shine just a little bit below it. But I wonder if maybe this leopard didn't hear the noise of the other leopard. As it jumped in, the monkeys made a really big noise. So I wonder if maybe this leopard rushed here and is now trying to find out where that noise came from exactly. So it's still in there just looking back at us. Now we've lost sight of it. I think it might have just lain down in the grass. Unbelievably lucky, guys. So we're gonna stay here for another few minutes and just see if this leopard comes into a better view. But it is getting a little bit darker, and if it keeps walking away from it, we might lose it. So we're gonna go back to Lauren with her honey badger.
It's just been a lucky night all round. Definitely not the sterling views we first had, but still. honey badger is just not bothered by us. Oh, off we trot. I was literally just rounding the corner to go for the lions, and I thought, what are these vehicles looking at? Yeah, he's losing his nose. Look at that white mane. At least you're seeing what an exciting evening all round. I know. The drives recently, there's been a few quiet ones, but at least on the Djuma side, from Tristan and I, they have just been, really, it's been quite the stint. It's been a very, look at this brave guy. My goodness. Okay, he has gone in front of a car, which is really not ideal. Oh, no, it's back out again, Dav. Other side. This is the most habituated honey badger in the world, everyone. Fearless. Checking again. There's actually a honey badger in captivity, and somewhere in South Africa, I can't remember where. Is it Hoedspruit? I can't remember. And it just keeps escaping. Because they have the most remarkable way of digging their way out or gnawing their way out with their teeth. They are just remarkable. This honey badger just keeps escaping and escaping and escaping. I think it's a rehabilitation centre, if I'm not wrong, and they just cannot keep it inside. Okay. Definitely not the best views, but what a sighting, everyone. I'm so glad I got to share that with you all. Did not expect it to last that long in any way, shape or form. But it has come to that time of the evening, everyone, where the sunset safari has come to an end. But thank you all for jumping on board. It's always a pleasure to have you bumbling with me. Please join us tomorrow, and good night.